Mhm. On parle non, putain, c'est
Good morning. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the Clayton County State Court, courtroom 304. This is the traffic bench trial calendar for 10 a.m. I'm going to call the calendar, and when I call the names, if you're represented by an attorney, I need to know that you are here, but your attorney can respond on your behalf. If you are not represented by an attorney, I'll take your announcement, and then we can decide whether you're ready to go forward with trial or whether you wish to speak with the solicitor about a possible plea. All right, the first case on the calendar is Heriberto Enzora. Heriberto Enzora. Deputy, is there anyone in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, he's here.
Okay, could you have him come up to the podium?
Yes, ma'am. You just come up to the podium so she can see you.
Mr. Enzora, you said you have an attorney?
Yes,
Who's your attorney, sir?
Mr. Jason.
Okay, do you know where he is or what time he should be here?
He told me he's in the way.
Okay, so just have a seat. We know that you are here. Thank you. Edgar Jones Jr. Edgar Jones Jr. Edgar Jones Jr.
Your Honor,
Anything? Go ahead, Ms. John VA.
good morning. That case has been CR. We've given it up.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
All right, Mary Catherine Long. Mary Catherine Long. I see Miss Long on the calendar. I mean, on the screen. I'm not sure if she can hear me. Mary Catherine Long. Okay, maybe there are some technical difficulties. I'll hold for a moment.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I was just making sure you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can. All right. Batsarai Ashbear Moore.
Judge, that's my case. Scott here for Miss Moore. What says the state?
We're ready.
All right. So
Okay.
Mr. Fortis, are you ready?
Yeah, let me get a pre-trial on that.
Okay. So I'll put you and Miss Janvier in a breakout room in a moment. Rudy Desmond Roberts. Rudy Desmond Roberts.
Your Honor,
Rudy. Yes, ma'am.
hi, this is Mary. I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay, ma'am, are you ready to go forward with your trial?
I am.
All right. Is the state ready to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
All right. So Miss Long, let me finish calling the calendar, and we'll be ready in a moment. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
For Rudy Roberts, the state would be requesting a continuance. The officer is in SWAT training. I did reach out to Mr. Roof to notify him of that.
Okay. All right. Continuance granted. And Hayward Williams Jr.
Been reset, Judge, to the 9th of January.
All
And
right.
then Roberts can be reset to the 9th also, January 9th.
All right. So Williams and Roberts will be reset. All right. And Miss Long, before I begin your trial, let me have Miss John VA speak to Mr. Fortis. And if they come to a resolution, we'll resolve one case and then we'll go ahead and have your trial. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to put Miss John VA and Mr. Fortis in breakout room number 1. All right. And when you're back, let me know.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Judge, are you available?
Available.
Hello? Hi,
Yes.
Judge, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Fortis? I think your connection is slow.
More, we're gonna do, it's great to see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
Hold on. Let me pull up a little bit. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. On this more, we're going to
Yes.
do, we're gonna do diversion.
Okay. PTI.
Yes.
All right.
And I've gone over that with her. So I'm gonna give her Mr. Freeman's email address
Okay.
today and have her reach out to him, and I'm sure he'll reach out to her. Do you need anything from her before she
No.
logs off?
Miss Val, do we want to put her on a February calendar for compliance?
That would be great, Judge, if you could do that.
Yeah, should it go on, okay, I'll put it on the February calendar, say notice.
Okay.
Okay, great.
All right, Miss
And
Moore.
Judge-
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I have another couple of cases with you at 11, and
Okay.
we've pre-tried those cases. I'm gonna go do a quick bond hearing, and then I'll come back to you. So if I'm running a little bit behind, you just know where I am.
Okay, that's fine. And you've pre-tried those cases. Are you ready for trials or pleas or both or a combination?
No, Your Honor. On Mark Coppinger, that's going to be a diversion, and then on Rodney Partridge, that would be a plea to 15 over, no low.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that sounds good. I'll see you when you get back.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. Thank you. Miss Long. So Miss Moore, you're free to go at this time, ma'am. We'll send you a notice for the compliance calendar, but if you've done what you were ordered to do or agreed to do, then you won't have to come back on that calendar. Your attorney can make the report.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Miss Long.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You ready for trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Janvier, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's check out.
Are your witnesses in the courtroom or are they on?
I thought I just got a note they had just signed on. Oh, it's okay. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Miss Long, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Miss Long, I swore you in, but you may not have, that may not matter because whether you testify is entirely up to you. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the right to remain silent and not offer any testimony or evidence against yourself or any testimony or evidence at all. You do have the right to ask questions of any witnesses that the state may bring. But if you choose not to testify, that cannot be held against you in any way. Do you understand? All right. So if you do decide to give testimony and evidence in this case, then you've already been sworn, but I'm going to go through your rights with you and make sure that you are willingly, freely, and voluntarily giving up those rights to remain silent. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Janvier, this is the matter of Mary Catherine Long on case 2020 TK 01698. And this was on the December 14th, 2022 traffic court calendar. All right. And we're ready for the state's first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would like to call Officer Mintz. Marcus Terrell minutes, please.
I'm here.
All right. Let me find you, Officer Mintz. I'm not sure what he's under. I hear him. You under Terrell 44?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right. So may I see you? All right. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Ms. John VA, your witness.
Thank you, Hunter. Good afternoon, Officer Mintz, or good morning, excuse me. I'm trying to get through the day here. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Marcus Terrell Mintz.
Thank you. And Officer Mintz, are you employed with Clayton County Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Lawrenceville Police Department.
Okay. At any point were you employed with Clayton County Police Department?
Yes.
When was that?
2018 through 2022, early 2022.
Thank you. And while you were employed as a Clayton County police officer, what were your duties?
A police officer, my basic duties: patrol my beat, handling any domestic calls, arrests, things of that nature.
And did you have to have any particular training to be a police officer?
Seen it, buddy. How you been, man?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm at the doctor's office. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Okay. And did you complete that training?
Yes.
I was just down in.
Did you have any specific training regarding accidents?
Nothing in specifics. Nothing specifically outside of just basic report writing.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to write reports for
Yes, ma'am.
vehicle accidents? Can you just give us a roundabout number, approximately how many would you say you've written reports for?
In my career, at least 50 or more.
At least 50 or more? And
can I have 1 second, please?
Sure.
Can I have
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
You said at least 50 or more you've written?
Yes, ma'am.
And what typically occurs when you arrive at the site of an accident or collision?
I gather all the information of both vehicles, both drivers. I notate any damage that I see. We told the vehicles if they're not able to drive off the scene from with themselves, and just notate the report.
How do you determine who, if any person or any driver, receives a citation or fault for the accident?
Well, I get both sides of the story. Some accidents report are pretty simple if it's like a following too close, like if it's hitting from behind. But if there's any witnesses on the damage of the vehicle or both vehicles, and I just come to a conclusion at that point.
Okay. Were you working on the date of January 21st, 2020?
Yes.
And do you recall what time your shift was?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Do you recall if you had the occasion to be at Old Rex Morrow Road and Hammond Court on that day?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, do you recall what you observed?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall an accident on that day?
I mean, if I have a report, I'm pretty sure I went to the accident or submitted the accident report, but I don't recall it. Like I don't remember the accident and stuff. You know.
Do you need a moment to review the report that you wrote?
I don't have the report, to be honest with you.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Long, any questions of this witness?
No.
All right. Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Any argument from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The state has the burden of proving the case before the court, and Ms. Long does not have to testify or give any evidence. This is the state's only witness, and the state has rested at this time. The court finds that a verdict should be directed in favor of Ms. Long, a not guilty on the improper passing. All right, Ms. Long, you're free to go at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Officer Mintz, thank you so much. Be safe in those streets, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good one.
Okay. All right. So we're still waiting for Mr. Anzora's attorney. Has anybody from your office been contacted by an? Oh, here he is. It's Mr. Kessler. So Mr. Kessler, are you ready for a trial, or do you wish to enter a plea in this case?
I want to trial, Judge.
Okay. All right. Bring your client up. Is the state ready on Ansora?
No, Your Honor, the state is moving to no cross.
All right. So, Mr. Kessler, your client's case for failure to yield the right-of-way, case 2021 TK 18667 has been null pros, and you and Mr. Ansora are free to go at this time. Thank you, sir. All right. The court will be in recess until the 11 o'clock calendar.
So, quick question. Is there any, because I'm this expert, and heard that we said how much you have to pay for all of my classes except for the last two. And there's program that I and like to my understanding, like they will take care of it, they're saying, no, that I have to have some classes to work for them. So is there any other type of scholarship that will take care of that remaining balance? Okay. Yes. Chris. I think was calling to see, so I'm a disabled veteran, and, my memory Diablo took care of my master's, except for the last classes, so, like, the last class, you wrote me a Dell River program, I guess, because I didn't have enough classes, it wasn't covered by $20,000. It needed to be covered. So I was calling to see if there was any other like scholarship programs that were extra $90 for those. Area code 470 637 9796. 3866 Macon Court, Atlanta, Georgia 30349. Chris got put on one Yahoo.com.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I thought my microphone might have been muted. My name's Mark Coppinger.
Hello, Mike. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
We're just waiting for the 11 o'clock so that anyone coming in at that time doesn't feel like they're late. So we're not going to start until 11 or soon thereafter. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Jermaine Reed. I guess I'm introducing myself. I am Jermaine.
How long have I been here? 6. Like
Make
9.
this thing a little bit higher. You get a box.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, great. Okay. So let me give you Mr. Partridge. Let me see what it is right now. Okay. Can you see him?
Oh, no, I cannot.
Okay. So, oh. See that one. Okay.
Okay. I can see him. Okay, how are you?
Okay.
I'm doing good.
All right.
You good?
Mhm.
So we're gonna get started soon.
And after the proceedings, Mr. Flores, I guess they'll link me over to pay for the court costs, court fees.
I suppose.
Are there like multiple cases going on here? Do you know?
For myself?
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that there might be more than one case going on at the same time.
I'm just here for one thing.
Okay.
Everyone, please mute your devices. Judge Hayward will be on in momentarily.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 11 o'clock calendar on December 14th of 2022 for traffic bench trials. I'm going to call the calendar, and when I do, if you're an attorney here representing someone, I need to make sure that the person you're representing is here, but we'll go forward with your announcement. If you're not represented by an attorney, I need to know if you are ready to go forward with a trial or whether you need to pre-try with the state. Please mute your devices. And for those of you who do not have your full first and last name on the screen, please put your first and last names on the screen. If you need to know how to do that, if you touch your device or move your cursor, a blue box with 3 dots in it will come up beside your name. So touch your device next to your name, move your cursor. If you find that box with 3 dots in it, please click on that. And you'll see a pull down menu with a rename function. Please rename yourself your full name, first and last. All right. So the first person on the calendar is Christian Giovanni Hicks. Christian Giovanni Hicks. Christian Giovanni Hicks. If you, if that is your name, please let me know. Unmute if you're muted. Does the state have a request?
Yes, Your Honor. State requested failure to appear.
Failure to appear will be granted for Christian Giovanni Hicks. Next on the calendar is Mark Francis Coppinger. Mark Francis Coppinger.
Judge, that's my case. We've pre-tried that case. That will be a diversion referral. If we could get a compliance date for February.
All right, we'll put you on a February calendar. Notice will be sent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Erica Denise Parks. Ms. Parks?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Parks, are you ready to go forward on a trial for failure to yield the right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am.
The state ready to go forward on a trial for failure to yield the right-of-way for Erica Parks?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Hold on, Ms. Parks, and we'll get started on your trial in a moment. Rodney Partridge.
Judge, that's my. We've agreed to a speed of for him to enter a no contest plea to 15 miles over the stated speed limit with a fine of $81.25.
Okay. Rodney Partridge. Is Mr. Partridge present?
He should be. I spoke to him prior to 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
I believe that's him with the Samsung.
Yeah.
Can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Partridge,
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're represented by Mr. Scott Fortis, who's here with you before the court. You're represented on the case 2021 TK 20111 for speed. You're taking a NOLO plea to the amended speed of 15 miles per hour over the speed limit. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses. present evidence and testimony, to not incriminate yourself or present any evidence or testimony against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or nolo could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Partridge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Fortis, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on December 22nd of 2021, Mr. Partridge was observed traveling 55 in a 40-mile-per-hour zone on Panhandle Road and Olive Drive in Clayton County, Georgia, Your Honor. And the state is recommending a fine of $81.25.
All right. So, Mr. Partridge, the fine of $81.25, is that the base fine, Ms. Janvier, with surcharges?
Yes. No, that's the base fine, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Partridge, you can pay that fine by coming into the state court building on the second floor of the traffic court division, or you can pay online or by mail. But what I need to do is get your email address so that we can send you your sentencing sheet. I'm going to give you 30 days in which to pay because you're not at the courthouse and you can't pay immediately. Do you need more than 30 days, sir? I can give you up to 60 days. On probation.
30 days is fine.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to send you a text, a chat with the word test in it. When you see that pop up on your screen, then you're going to respond and reply to Miss Brenda Castaneda. Okay. So I'm going to send a message to you. When I want you to click on that and you'll see a name in blue. You're going to click on that name in blue. Okay.
Okay, and can I pay by bank card?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Did you see it come up?
Okay.
All right, when you see
yes.
Okay, when you see the name in blue, click on that, and you're looking for Brenda. When you see Brenda, click on Brenda.
Go down there. Okay, the little drop down thing. Makes it blue. Drop down.
Okay, send Miss Brenda your email address. Make sure you check it before you hit enter.
Brenda. Okay.
Brenda Castaneda.
Yes, sir.
And do what? What did she say? Do next?
And do what next? Yes, ma'am.
Send Miss Brenda your email address.
I saw it.
Okay, so Mr. Partridge, check your email either this afternoon or tomorrow. You should receive an email from the courts. It'll have instructions on how to pay online or by phone, but you can always come in and pay at the window on the second floor. Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're free to go at this time, sir.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Fortis, you're free to go at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Have a great holiday, okay?
You too, sir.
Thank you.
Daryl DeVore Peters. Daryl DeVore Peters. Daryl DeVore Peters. Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to request a failure to appear.
Failure to appear in the matter of Daryl DeVore Peters. Jermaine Tafari Reed. Jermaine.
Your Honor.
Good morning.
Attorney Teasley for Mr. Reed.
I'm here.
He's here.
Okay.
I would like a pretrial.
All right. All right, Miss Reed, I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Janvier. And as soon as Miss Janvier and Miss Reed are finished, Miss Parks, then we'll go ahead with your trial. If you want to have a seat until they come back out of the breakout room, that's fine.
It's Attorney Teasley, not Reed. Reed is a client.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Don't do too much. As soon as Ms. Teasley and Ms. John VA are out of the breakout room, Ms. Parks, then we'll go ahead and get your trial started.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge Hayward. My apologies for interrupting. I was here on behalf of the case for Mark Debinger, I believe his last name. Yeah, Coppinger, sorry. The diversion request. That means we won't have to do anything today, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Where's Mr. Carpenter?
So I'm the victim from that car accident.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. You don't have to do anything today. Please keep in touch with Miss Dillard from the solicitor's office. And then she will inform you if you are needed in the future. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Is there a witness or a victim here on Hicks, Christian Hicks? Christian Giovanni Hicks. Okay. All right. Is there a witness or anyone here on behalf of Peters? Darrell DeVore Peters. Okay. All right. So when Ms. Teasley and Ms. John VA come out of breakout room number 1, then we'll proceed. Ms. John VA, I think she's already in the breakout room. Properly.
Your Honor, we have an announcement on Reed.
Go ahead, Ms. Jonvier.
All right, Mr. Reed will be entering into PTI.
All right. We'll set a February date for compliance. If Mr. Reed, if by February you've completed or are in substantial completion, then you won't have to come to court. Your attorney can represent that with the solicitor's office. All right.
Okay, no problem.
Teasley? Ms. Teasley, any questions?
Yes. No questions. We've gone through all the details.
All right. You'll get notice of the February date. If everything is complete, then the state may announce on your behalf.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. That's my only case. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Parks? So, Ms. Parks, you're before the court on case 2022 TK 02175 for the offense of failure to yield the right of way. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to make any statements or give any evidence or testimony in your case because the state has that burden and you have the right to remain silent and not give any evidence or testimony. The state is going to put on witnesses in this case, and you have the right to question any witness that is brought before the court, but you do not have to make any statements. You just can ask questions that you think might be helpful for the court to understand the point that you believe was made during the testimony. Okay. All right, Ms. Jonvier, your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to call Officer Eric Amador Rodriguez.
All right. Mr. Amador Rodriguez. All right. Thank you. All right. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right. You can put your hand down. Go ahead, Ms. Jonvier.
Thank you. Good morning, officer. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Officer E. Amador, employee Clayton County Police.
Okay. Thank you. And officer, how long have you been employed with Clayton County Police?
For about 5 to 6 years.
Thank you. And what exactly is your job title with the Clayton County Police?
I'm a police officer assigned to Sector 1.
And have you had any particular training to become a police officer?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, the mandatory training to become a police officer. We also get a lot of extra training. Mandatory per the department. I'm also with the SWAT team, so we always get tons of extra training. We train once a week. Okay. So it's actually my training day, so that's why I'm not wearing the regular uniform.
All right, thank you. And do you have any specialized training?
Yeah, I don't think I really name every single specialized training I have to take, but yeah, for sure I have plenty of specialized training.
Okay. Do you have any experience with accident reconstruction?
I haven't taken any classes on accident reconstruction, ma'am, but I have worked accidents and took the required classes to be able to work accidents through the department. And I got 5 to 6 years of experience working on accidents. That's something that we do daily.
Okay. Thank you for that. So were you on duty on February the 15th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And do you know what time your shift was?
I actually was working a secondary job on that day, ma'am. That was my scheduled day off when this accident occurred.
Okay. And what was the secondary shift you were working?
It's like a secondary job. We were providing traffic control for the company that was fixing the roadway.
Okay. And during that time, did you have an opportunity to be at McDonough Road and Terra Road?
Yes.
And what county is that located in?
Clayton County.
Okay. And at that time that you were at McDonough Road and Terra Road, did you happen to respond to a collision?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what you observed at that time?
So when I was advised by the employees who were working on the road and dispatch, and I asked her when I showed up to the scene, which was literally a couple feet down the road, I observed a dump truck and a vehicle, private vehicle, attempt to, I guess, leave their private driveway, kind of collide with each other.
Okay. And were you able to make contact with the drivers of those vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was the driver of the car?
I believe it was Miss Erica.
Okay. And do you recall who was the driver of the truck?
I don't remember his name, ma'am, but he was definitely employed by the company who was fixing the road.
Okay. And would you be able to identify Miss Erica Parks in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Can you please do so with either an article of clothing or other visual?
The only person I can see right now, ma'am, is you.
Okay. You may need to scroll over, possibly.
The only person I can see is you, ma'am, and a picture of Mr. Devon. And
Click to gallery view. Can you click to gallery view on your screen, officer?
Gallery, that will be,
So
where's
up in the corner, it should say view and have a little icon next to
I
it.
see
And
it.
okay, click on that and it'll say speakers view or gallery view. You want to be on gallery view to see the whole screen.
I got you. I'm on it now. Is she gonna be on the courtroom?
If you see her.
Yeah, so I guess it's gonna be wearing looks black, some type of red hair looking.
Thank you for that. May the record reflect that officer has identified Ms. Erica Parks.
The record shall reflect that.
Officer, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Parks at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what did you learn from speaking with Ms. Parks?
So I guess I didn't explain the background. So the road, there was only one lane open. The eastbound lane, or the lane, one of the lanes was completely closed, and you had to wait for a pilot vehicle to allow you to cross that area because they were working on that closed lane. There were signs and cones. There was a sign on each side of the road stating that one of the lanes was closed and to wait for the pilot vehicle. There was also a lot of cones from the block area from both ends between the lanes. And you got to follow the pilot vehicle. That's what I try to explain Mr. Erica as well on scene. So when I got there, I told her that she had to wait for the pilot car because that lane that she was trying to merge was closed.
Okay. And thank you. After reviewing and explaining that to Ms. Parks, did you determine who was at fault for, or did you make a determination for who was at fault for the collision?
So just based on what happened, she did not wait for the pilot vehicle. She attempted to merge the roadway on her own and attempted to merge the closed lane as worker vehicles were actively working on the lane that she was trying to merge.
What was the pilot vehicle supposed to do?
Basically just pilot the vehicles from one end to the other, because it's only one lane open.
Right. And at that time, did you cite Ms. Parks for the collision?
Yes, I did for failure to yield while entering the roadway because the vehicle was backing out and she still merged the lane.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Parks, any questions for this witness?
Yeah.
All right, so Ms. Parks, just ask a question. Don't tell me what you think happened or what you saw happen, because that would be a statement, and we haven't determined whether you're going to testify yet, okay?
Earlier, when you were speaking, you made a statement that you were working a secondary job for the company. Is that correct?
Can you hear her, officer?
I don't, ma'am.
I said earlier, when you were speaking, you made a statement. You said you were working a secondary job, and that secondary job was with the company that was working on the road. Is that correct?
Is she asking what are my duties on the secondary job?
No, she's asking if you were working a secondary job for the company that was working on the roads. Ms. Janvier, if I'm incorrect in my recitation, let me know.
I'm barely hearing it myself, Your Honor, but I think I heard her ask something about the secondary.
Okay, yeah, the audio in the courtroom is horrible. Could you allow Ms. Parks to come closer to the actual computer? Because if she can use the computer audio instead of the courtroom audio, it'll be a lot better.
Okay.
All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is
So
that better? Go ahead, ma'am.
So I said earlier, you made a statement when you were speaking that you were working a secondary job, and that secondary job was that you were working for the company that was working on the road. Is that correct?
I wasn't really working for the company, ma'am. We assist the company directing traffic, and whatever happens during the time we're working with them, we are supposed to handle it to keep the officers work on the road free and on their own duties. So we do assist them.
Okay. You had also said earlier that I should have waited on the pilot car to direct me into traffic.
Yes, ma'am. So there's a pilot vehicle. Like I said, they were there on your neighborhood for I don't know what, probably 4 or 5 months. So usually you wait for the pilot vehicle where the sign starts, and if you even try to merge the lane, you still have to wait for the pilot vehicle because you don't know which direction traffic might be traveling, and you might cause a head-on collision. So you have to wait for the pilot vehicle.
Okay. And where was the location? Was it at the beginning when the accident happened? Was it at the beginning, the middle, of the end of the start for the pilot car?
I'll be honest with you, ma'am, I don't really recall, but I believe you were almost towards the end of that one of the ends. Near one of the ends, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, those are all my questions at this moment.
All right. Any follow-up, Ms. Janvier?
Yes, I do have one question. Officer, do you recall, or can you perhaps maybe with your hands demonstrate the position of impact for the car and the truck?
Yes, ma'am. So the truck was backing out on the right lane, that lane that was completely closed. And she was literally leaving her private driveway from her residence. And her vehicle had damage at the front, and the truck car had damage on the rear tires on the right side. And it was literally like a T-bone for saying.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
May I ask another question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said we collided. So was he moving forward or backwards?
According to the driver, he was backing out.
He was backing on the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was backing Ms. Parks out of her driveway or the pilot driver?
It was the dump truck.
Okay, he was backing, but he was backing down the roadway?
Yeah, so there's a machine that he was actually trying to dump, I guess, the pave into a paving machine.
Okay.
And the paving machine was about 40 feet down the road on the closed lane, on the lane they were working on, the lane they're supposed to be. And he was backing out to dump his load into the machine.
Ms. Janvier, Ms. Parks, anything further?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Officer Amato, you're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, does the state have an additional witness at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, does the state, Ms. Parks, do you wish to present evidence or testimony? You do not have to present any evidence or testimony. The state has the burden to prove the case against you. If you wish to enter evidence or testimony, then I need to make sure that you're doing so freely and voluntarily and waiving your right to remain silent.
I have pictures of the accident or the site where it happened. I don't know if that's.
It's up to you, ma'am, whether you want to enter those. If so, then I'll put you in a breakout room so that you can share those with Ms. Janvier. And once she has seen them, she can come back and tell the court if there are any objections that the court needs to decide on.
Okay.
All right. So one moment, do you have the pictures available?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Ms. Janvier, Ms. Parks, I'm going to put you in a breakout room, and you all can share the pictures. I'm going to put the courtroom in breakout room number 1 with Ms. Janvier, and when you all are ready to proceed, then we'll continue. Okay.
We're back, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Parks, you wish to present pictures so that the court may view them. Ms. Janvier, did you have any objections to the pictures that Ms. Parks wishes to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Parks, you understand that you don't have to present any evidence or testimony, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And no one can force you to present evidence or testimony or speak in any way during these proceedings.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the right to remain silent, guaranteed to you by the Constitution of the United States.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, ma'am, do you wish to waive your right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony, anything that you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am, I affirm.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, ma'am, did you wish to make a statement first, or did you wish to present the pictures?
How am I to present the pictures? It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
so the camera is on the computer, and you can just hold the pictures up to the computer.
Sorry. Mhm.
All right, were the vehicles moved at any way when this picture was taken?
No, ma'am, that was after him backing onto me. Backing up.
Okay, all right. Ms. Janvier, did you have questions?
For the picture, no, I don't have a question for this one, Your Honor. You're muted. I don't know if you meant to be.
All right, so let me understand, because I may have gotten it confused. So Ms. Parks, were you coming down your driveway facing traffic? Were you pulling down forward?
I was going forward.
Okay, and the dump truck was coming down backwards?
He wasn't at the time, because I had left my house. I had came out of my house once to put paint in the car. They were at a standstill. He was standing still. Then I went back in my house, because actually when I was putting the paint in, I cranked the car up to let it warm up. Then I came back out to the car to leave, to go up to the driveway to go to Home Depot. He was not moving when I got to the top of the driveway. I looked both ways, and the pilot car had gone in had moved and went in the direction that we were to be, or the direction I needed to go to get to Home Depot. And again, he wasn't moving at that time. He was still at a standstill. So the officers, I'm listening.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
listening.
I was just breathing, really.
Okay. So I looked both ways, still as I would, as I've been doing 20 plus years since I've stayed in that same home. And that's a bad area to come out in. But they were going in the direction I needed to go in. He was not moving. He was at a standstill. What I believe to have happened was we both started moving at the same time. I'm in his blind spot, and they said at the scene that I was in his blind spot. He couldn't see me. By the time I saw him, I put the car in reverse to try to get back out the way, because I was further out. But the way these cars are made, I guess it stopped, glitched, or whatever. And I couldn't get out, pull on back all the way out of the way. But I believe that we made the same decision to make moves at the same time. So I was
okay. Was this the first day that there was traffic, the construction on your street?
Oh, ma'am.
So how had you been getting out on days prior to this?
I didn't. I work on the weekends.
Okay.
So I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm off Monday through Thursday. They had been working on the road pretty much priorly all those days. I decided to go that day only because I was in the house painting. I had a gallon of paint that I had purchased priorly that had settled. I tried to stir it up. My stick broke. I had to go get it stirred up at Home Depot. That's the only reason I went out that day, but I had not gone any other days.
Were there any of the flag people there who hold the stop sign that says slow or stop or direct traffic in any way?
I was in the middle of where they were working on the roads.
Okay, so you think they may have been at either end?
Correct.
But you didn't, they weren't right where you were?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Janvier, anything from Ms. Parks?
I do have a question. I believe earlier that she mentioned before pulling out, she saw the pilot car. Is that what you said?
The traffic was going in the direction that I needed to go. So, you know, they said that the pilot car, they tell you to go, they transport the traffic through. So yes, the pilot car, and then it was cars coming. But there was a space in there between the cars that were coming, the same as you do when you pulling out in traffic. If there's a space in between or enough of a space, you merge on into that traffic, which is what I was doing or attempting to do. He was at a standstill. Then I'm in the belief that we both had the same mindset at the same time to move, to go. So did any one particular cause the accident? I don't believe so. Because when it happened, you know, we made sure everybody was okay. And I went ahead and called my insurance company to let them know I had been in an accident.
Anything else, Ms. Janvier?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Parks?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Janvier, did you wish to make a statement at this time?
Yeah, I would only say just from the picture that Ms. Parks presented, it's almost kind of clear that's a T-bone where she came in out of the car. It's not directly at the front of this vehicle, just showing that maybe she had not properly gauged how much time she had to move as she traveled or attempted to merge into the traffic, and that we would be ask the court to agree with the decision made by the officer that Ms. Parks was at fault for failing to yield the right of way.
All right. The court is going to find Ms. Parks not guilty. I don't believe that there's enough evidence for me to find that she failed to yield the right of way, because she indicated that the pilot car was past her, which means that it was already leading traffic in that direction, and that the dump truck was behind her and stopped. And when she tried to avoid the accident, her car wouldn't go in reverse as quickly as she wanted to. So she did attempt, when they both started to move, to avoid the accident, but then she couldn't reverse quick enough to avoid the dump truck. So at this time, the court is going to find Ms. Parks not guilty.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Parks, you're free to go at this time. The court is going to be in recess until the 1 p.m. calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 1 p.m. calendar for courtroom 304, Clayton County State Court. This is the traffic bench trial calendar. I'm going to call the names of the individuals on the calendar. If you are prepared for trial, let me know at that time. If you need to pre-try with the state, you may do that also. If you're represented by an attorney, I need to know that you are here, but your attorney can respond for you. Aaron Bethea. Aaron Daniel Bethea. Aaron Daniel Bethea. Anyone? Go ahead.
The state requested failure to appear, Your Honor.
All right, Aaron Daniel Bethea. The cases are 2022 TK 0058 and 59. A failure to appear will be entered. Okay, for Marcus Odiolua Fawale. Marcus Fawale. Marcus Fawale.
State will request a failure to appear, Your Honor.
Failure to appear will be granted. D'Angelo Maurice Woods. Mr. Woods?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Woods, are you represented by an attorney?
No, I'm not.
Okay, do you wish to have a trial?
Yes.
All right, is the state ready on this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Woods, you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to give any testimony or evidence against yourself. If you wish to present evidence and testimony at the appropriate time, then we'll go ahead and ensure that you understand that you are freely and voluntarily giving up your right to remain silent in order to offer testimony. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt, and they're going to present witnesses. The state is going to question their witnesses, but after they question the witness, you will have the opportunity to question each witness that they present. Please don't make any statements until such time as we are able to determine whether you're going to testify. But as I stated, you have the right to remain silent, and you do not have to testify in this case or give any evidence at all. The case is, yes, sir.
On the ticket, I just received failure to, well, the ticket I received that it says I'm in court for now is the failure to yield. Is that the only thing? That's the only charge that was given.
You have 3 charges, sir.
What are they?
Okay, the first one is no tag, expired or invalid tag. The second one is a headlight violation. And the third one is a failure to yield the right of way. Do you wish to speak to the state about a possible resolution other than trial?
Yes, because that's all I was given was 1 charge, and it was failure to yield. That's all it showed on it.
Okay, well, I have 3 separate citations. I can put you in a breakout room with Ms. John VA, and you can speak with her to see if there's a resolution that you all could reach other than a trial.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Woods, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1 with Ms. John VA. You're going to see an invitation pop up on your screen. Go ahead and enter that breakout room.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
From our 11 o'clock case, we have Mr. Peters here. He stated that he had court next door at 9, so he wasn't able to make this. If you would like to speak to him.
All right, Ms. Val, did you have something on Mr. Peters?
Yes, that's the one that I text you about.
Okay, so Mr. Peters' case is going to be continued. 1 second.
January 9th is the continuing stay.
All right, so Mr. Peters?
He can come up.
Come up to the podium, sir. So I'm going to dismiss the failure to appear. I'm going to give you a reset date for January 9th of 2023. You'll be here at that time. Will he be here at 11 a.m., Ms. Val?
Yes, 11 a.m.
Okay. You'll return at 11 a.m. on January 9th, 2023. Do you have any questions, sir?
Oh, well.
All right, so please make sure on that date, if you're ready to go forward with trial, that you have any documents or witnesses that you wish to bring with you, okay?
Good.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused at this time. Ms. Janvier?
I'm going to breakout room. I'd heard the other person, so.
Oh, okay, I'm
I
sorry.
haven't gone yet. Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, no problem. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we have an announcement on Mr. Woods.
Yes, Ms. Jean-Pierre?
So Mr. Woods is he back in?
No, he's still in the room.
I told him to come back out.
Sometimes I don't know what appears on people's screens, but sometimes it's hard to find.
I think he's on his phone too, so.
He'll be out in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Woods?
Yes.
Ms. Janvier has mentioned that you all have an announcement. Go ahead, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, Your Honor. So for the expired tag, Mr. Woods is going to plead nolo, and that would be $100 fine. And the state is moving to null pros the headlight and the failure to yield.
All right. Mr. Woods, are you ready to take your plea right now?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, I affirm.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, you're before the court on case 2022 TK 00708 for no tag expired or invalid tag. You're also before the court. Mr. Woods, are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You want me to look at you?
well, I just didn't want you to be driving.
Nah, I ain't driving. I wouldn't do it like that. I'm in the car, but no, I
Thank
wouldn't do
you,
it like
Mr.
that.
It'd be
Some people
something.
might would do it. I mean, that
Some
would be
people
something. Though, you know what I mean?
do.
We can multitask now, but I ain't gonna. I'm a multitasker, but I ain't gonna multitask like that. No.
Thank you, Mr. Woods, because you don't know how many people actually do that. Okay, so you're before the court on case 2022 TK 00709 for headlights, TK 00710 for failure to yield. The case ending in 00709 will be no pros. The case ending in 00710 will be no pros. And Mr. Woods is going to take a plea of nolo to no tag or expired or invalid tag. By entering this plea, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
I do understand.
All right. Ms. Janvier, the recommendation is $100. A factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 15th, 2022, Officer Milligan observed Mr. Woods operating a motor vehicle on Terra Boulevard and Highway 138 Southeast in Clayton County, Georgia, with an expired tag, and Mr. Woods was cited as such.
All right. All right, so Mr. Woods, the fine is $100. It'll be $150 with the surcharges. And because you're not at the courthouse, I generally give 30 days in which to pay. Do you need more time than that? I can give up to 60 days.
I just had a question. I mean,
sure.
I know y'all do surcharges. Do y'all also do ma'am charges, or they're just for the men? I'm just saying.
I can see you about to have a good Christmas, Mr. Woods. You are
I
gonna
just
have
want to know
a
because I just want to
good
know because
Christmas.
I was sometimes I can have my folk come for me and then she can get a ma'am charge. Maybe the ma'am a little more less than the surcharge.
No,
But we're
and,
gonna go ahead. We're gonna go over the surcharge though. So I'm a man. We're gonna do
and
that.
it's no change in it. No, whether it's the ma'am or the sir, it's still gonna be that same state surcharge.
Okay,
Same
we dig it.
amount.
Okay, cool.
All right. So the last thing I need you to do for me, Mr. Woods, is on the chat function on your device. You know how to use chat?
I'm finna learn.
You about to learn. I'm gonna teach you. So I'm gonna send you a test, and you'll see something pop up on your screen. When you see it, click on it.
Okay.
Something like a red number, or I don't know how it appears on yours, but just click on what you see pop up.
I clicked on it.
Okay. So you see a name in blue.
Yes.
All right. Click on that name in blue.
Okay.
And then you'll see a menu come down, and I need you to send your email address to one of the names on the menu to Miss Brenda Castaneda. So you're looking for Miss Brenda.
All right.
All right, so send your email address and make sure you check it to make sure all the letters and numbers are in the right place. And then once you do that, you'll be free to go and you'll get your information by email. So you can come into the courthouse to pay within those 30 days if you need to, and that'll be on the second floor of the building. Or you can pay online or by phone, and that'll be in the email when you receive your information, okay?
Okay, cool. So I can do either or.
Yes. All right.
All
So
right.
let me know when you're finished sending your email.
Yeah, I just sent it out. I sent it.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to wish you a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, safe New Year. And like I said, the other two citations have been dismissed. And please make sure you pay within the 30 days.
Yeah, we'll do. You want to take down my EIN number so this can go like a little tax write-off, or that's just a whole nother?
They can handle that at the cashier's office.
Okay, for sure. Looking forward to it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. All right. At this time, court will be in recess until the 2 p.m. calendar.
Get up out of here.
Good afternoon. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the Clayton County State Court, courtroom 304. This is the traffic court calendar for bench trials for December 14th, 2022. I'm going to call the calendar. If you are here and you hear your name called, let me know that you are here. If you're represented by an attorney, your attorney will speak for you to announce whether you're going forward with the trial. And if you're representing yourself, we'll determine whether you're going forward with the trial. John Patrick Estrada.
Yes, here.
All right. Mr. Estrada, are you ready for trial?
Yes.
Ms. John VA, is the state ready for trial?
No, the officer, Charles, Sally Charles is in training today. The state requested a continuance.
Okay, Mr. Estrada?
Yes.
The state is requesting a continuance because the officer is in training. So I'm inclined to grant it because it's a continuance related to their work. But what I would offer is that when I continue the case, you can appear by Zoom if you would prefer to do that instead of coming down to the courthouse, if that is if that's something you prefer to do.
Yes, ma'am. I actually put off a business trip that I had to, to make this, because, I thought it would be important to be able to, present the physical evidence that I have in person. So, I would prefer to complete this and be done with it.
I would prefer that also, sir. But when the officers are in training, they're actually unavailable for court. Do you have pictures, or what other type of physical evidence do you have? Okay, did you wish to, this is entirely up to you, but did you wish to have a pretrial with the state to determine whether something other than a trial might be amenable to both you and the state today? If you could share your evidence with them. You're not required to, but if you wish to.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, if you just have a seat, in a few moments, I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss John VA, and you can go ahead and share that with her. All right. All right, Eddie James Freeney Jr. Eddie James Freeney Jr. All right, anything from the state?
The state requested failure to appear, Your Honor, and may Officer Owens be excused.
All right, Officer Owens may be excused if he's not attached to any other case. The court will enter a failure to appear for Eddie James Freeney Jr. Benjamin Jamal Gray. Benjamin Jamal Gray. Benjamin Jamal Gray. All right.
State requested failure to appear, Your Honor, and Officer Milligan may be excused.
Failure to appear for Benjamin Jamal Gray. Officer Milligan can be excused at this time unless they are here for another case. Clara Hargrove. Clara J. Hargrove.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Adam Ruth, that's my case. Ms. Hargrove is with us via Zoom, and we're ready to proceed this afternoon.
All right, is the state ready for trial in Hargrove?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Tamora McDowell. Tamora McDowell.
I'm here.
All right, Ms. McDowell, are you ready for trial today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. John VA, is the state ready for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Julian Roberto Perdomo Duarte. Mr. Wood, are you all ready for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna put Ms. John VA in a breakout room with Mr. Estrada. And once she's had an opportunity to speak with him, then we'll proceed with the trial. Okay, Ms. John VA and the court room are in breakout room number 1. There we go. All right, we'll be right back.
Your Honor, the state has an announcement.
Go ahead, Ms. Jean-Pierre.
For Mr. Estrada, the state is moving to null prize.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Estrada, the state is moving to null pros. The court is going to accept that, sir. And at this time, your case is going to be dismissed and you're free to go.
All right, thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad we were able to reach a resolution that didn't require you to come back.
Thank you so much for that. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Ms. Janvier. All right.
Your Honor, the state is also moving to null pros Perdermo.
Okay. Mr. Wood, your client and you are free to go at this time. The court is going to accept the state's motion to dismiss the case against him. You blocked Mr. I mean, you're
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Did you continue? I mean, did you call the entire calendar?
I thought I did. What did I miss?
I thought I had a guy named Edgar Jones.
Let me look back. I don't have a Jones on the 2 o'clock, but let me make sure he wasn't on one of the earlier. Yeah, he was on the 2 o'clock calendar. I mean, on the 10 o'clock calendar, but his case was accused.
Okay, so we'll get a reset notice then, I guess.
You'll get a reset for the arraignment, and then you can talk to Ms. Janvier in the interim about maybe y'all coming to a resolution.
She can go ahead and dismiss that one now if she likes to. I mean, I won't object to it.
Well, now that's up to Ms. Janvier, but the fact that they accused it, I don't know. So
Okay.
you may want to press that point at a later time.
Okay, well, thank you, Judge.
All right, take care, sir.
Hey, okay. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so we are ready on Hargrove and McDowell. So Mr. Ruff, you ready on Claire Hargrove?
I am, Your Honor, yes.
And also, can we dismiss Warfield?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. As the witness in the Estrada case or the Perdomo case, you're free to go at this time unless you have something else on this calendar. All right. All right. So Ms. Hargrove, I see Mr. Ruff, may I see you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Hargrove, you're before the court on 2022 TK 01167 for failure to yield the right of way. You're represented by attorney Adam Ruff, and Ms. Janvier is representing the state. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to give any evidence or testimony. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. And so you don't have to make any statements at all. If you and your attorney have discussed it and you wish at a later time during the proceedings to enter testimony or evidence, then I will go over with you your right to remain silent and make sure that you are freely and voluntarily giving up that right. But as it stands, Mr. Ruff will have the opportunity to question any of the state's witnesses on your behalf. Okay, do you have any questions for me, ma'am? All right. All right. Ms. Janvier, in the case of State versus Clara Hargrove, 2022 TK 01167, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to call Officer Narvez.
All right, sir. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. Ms. Janvier, your witness.
Thank you. Could you please, good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Officer Daniel Narvaez.
Okay. And Officer Narvaez, excuse me, are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Clayton County Police Department.
And what is your job title with the Clayton County Police Department?
I'm a field training officer on the road, so I answer calls for service when they get called in from 911.
And how long have you been employed with Clayton County Police Department?
About to be 6 years.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you say 26?
6 years, about to be
6 years. Thank you. And have you had any training to become a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of training have you had?
We go through the academy, and then once we finish the academy, we get assigned an FTO, and we're in their vehicle for about 10 to 12 weeks.
And did you complete your training?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any specialized training?
I'm part of the dive team, but that's not part of the road.
Okay.
But
Thank you for that. And do you have any experience in accident reconstruction or collision reconstruction?
I have experience with answering vehicle accident calls.
Can you give us just a little background of what that means when you answer the vehicle accident calls?
So we respond to wherever we get the call, and we talk to all parties involved, try to determine who was the at-fault driver based on statements given by both drivers, and looking at how the damage to vehicles and debris and all that stuff.
Can you give an estimate about how many accidents you've answered?
Well over 100.
All right, thank you for that. Now, Officer, were you working on January 21st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what time, what your shift was?
I believe around that time I was, because I know I switched shifts this year, so I don't know if I was on day watch or evening watch. I might have been the evening. I think I was still on evenings. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to answer a call on Holiday Boulevard and Old Dixie Road?
Yes.
What county is that located in?
Clayton County.
Thank you for that. Can you tell me what you observed upon your arrival?
Both vehicles have pulled over into the parking lot of the little vape store that's at the corner.
And what, if anything, did you do once you arrived?
I spoke to both parties involved, and one of the drivers pointed to the debris in the roadway to show where it happened at. And I got a statement from both of them. I had them both complete a written statement as to what occurred.
Did you have the opportunity to speak with Miss Clara Hargrove?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see Miss Hargrove in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify her with a piece of article of clothing?
I believe it's a black t-shirt.
And may the record reflect that officer has identified Miss Hargrove?
He might be identifying me. I'm wearing a black t-shirt too.
She has a mask down under her chin.
Record will reflect an identification.
And do you recall, if anything, that Ms. Hargrove shared with you during your collection of information?
She said she was coming off Holiday Boulevard, making a right to get onto Old Dixie.
So in this particular incident, did you determine what occurred at that accident?
Yeah, so based off what Miss Hargrove told me and the other driver told me, I found her at fault for a failure to yield while entering the roadway because she made the right turn and the other vehicle was coming up Old Dixie as she was making the right turn.
Do you recall where the damage was on Ms. Hargrove's car?
It was the front driver's side.
And where the damage was on the Unit 2 vehicle?
It was the passenger side, like towards the front area.
And did you determine that Ms. Hargrove was at fault for this accident?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruff, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, are you sure about where you observed the damage on the other car number 2 that was involved in this?
It was like towards I'm saying front, but not like the back rear end. It was more closer to the front, but it was like the passenger door area, front area.
Okay, and you're saying, in your version of events, if I understand it, you're saying that when Miss Hargrove came off of Holiday Boulevard, she was taking a ride onto Old Dixie, and so she made that right turn, and the merge lane ends there, and she was getting over into the travel lane. Car number 2 was going straight in that travel lane and struck the side of her vehicle.
There isn't a merge lane when you turn from Holiday to Old Dixie. It's just 2 straight lanes of travel. So when you turn, you're automatically in a lane of travel as soon as you turn. There's no turn and then you merge into it.
Okay. And the damage on Miss Hargrove's car, you stated, was to what?
The front driver's side area, by the front
So
wheel.
like the head, okay, by the front wheel. Okay. So the front, the way that you envisioned the accident, the front side of her car hit the passenger side of the vehicle traveling straight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now Miss Hargrove, when she talked to you about it, she told you that she was not moving at the time of the accident. Isn't that correct?
What she said, she made a right off of Holiday Boulevard and she was getting ready to get over as she was making that right. And that's when the other vehicle came up and attempted to go around her as she was doing her traffic maneuvers.
Okay, so in her version of events, she had already established herself in the travel lane before the accident occurred?
She did not state that.
But that's what she's describing, right? She gets off of Holiday Boulevard and she's trying to get over to make another turn, and the other vehicle comes up from behind her and hits her?
It didn't come from behind her. The vehicle was coming up as she was making the right turn. And based on what the other driver was informing me, and where I saw the debris in the roadway, the debris happened in the left lane that the driver was traveling north on. And he said as he was approaching Holiday, Miss Hargrove went to make the right, so he attempted to swerve to avoid colliding with her, but she still collided with the passenger side of his vehicle as he was trying to swerve around her.
Okay, and the damage or the debris that you saw was in the middle of the roadway there?
It was in the middle of the left lane, close to the center lane that she was trying to get into, but not fully in it.
Okay. Now, isn't it true Ms. Hargrove told you that she was already in the center lane when the incident occurred?
No, she said she was getting in it. It even states it on her statement form that she completed.
But the cars were already parked. You testified over in a shopping center parking lot when you arrived.
Yes.
Did either of the drivers have pictures of the damage, or sorry, of the cars before they were moved? Did you visualize or get to see them? No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. John VA, any follow-up?
They'll redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Is Officer Valles able to be excused at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. The state may call its next witness.
The state doesn't have an additional witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ruff, do you have witnesses or evidence to present on behalf of Ms. Hargrove?
Yes, Your Honor. After consultation with Ms. Hargrove, she would like to testify this afternoon.
All right, Ms. Hargrove, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you may put your hand down. So, ma'am, you understand that you have the right to remain silent and nobody can force you to testify in this case?
Yes.
All right, and you understand that the state has the burden of proving the case against you, and you do not have to enter any testimony or evidence.
Yes.
Okay, and are you willingly and freely giving up your right to remain silent to offer testimony in this case?
Yes.
All right, you may do so. Mr. Ruff, your witness.
Ms. Hargrove, if you could tell the judge, well, I guess she already knows your name, but do you live in Clayton County?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here in Clayton County?
About 30 years.
And are you familiar with the area where the traffic accident occurred?
I am.
In your own words, will you tell the judge what happened that day?
That day, as I was traveling on Holiday Boulevard. I went to the main road, Old Dixie Highway.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
So you're on Highway Boulevard and you're coming to Dixie Highway. Is there a traffic light there? I'm sure the judge is familiar with it.
There is a traffic light. Yes, there is a traffic light. Yes.
Okay. And are you turning left or right onto Old Dixie?
I'm turning right. There was no traffic coming. I go all the way to the center lane. All the way I got over with no traffic coming because these cars was waiting to travel to get over. I go to the center lane and I stopped there.
So you took a right on Old Dixie and went to the center lane?
I made it all the way completely, yes.
Okay. And then where were you going from the center lane?
I was gonna go up onto that CB store because I'm thinking there was used to be a money order place. I wanted to get a money order there. I was gonna turn, but as I look around, this car is coming around me on my left-hand side, which that should not have been any traffic, no.
I'm sorry, so your left-hand side being the oncoming traffic lanes?
Right, he came around and my accident, it hit right there by my light. And I never seen this cop go and look at no debris in the road. He went up on top of the hill where we both were. That's where he worked. He never went to the main center road. I overheard this Randy, this is the person that I had the accident with. He told him there was some debris in the road, but the cop never did go check to see no debris in the road. He never did.
So Ms. Hargrove, are you saying, okay, so the other driver in this worked up the hill from where the accident occurred? Is that what your testimony was?
Yes. When the accident occurred, this man, he came back to me. He was screaming and yelling, "Give me your license and your insurance card." I said no.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Hargrove, if you could just focus on the question Mr. Ruff was asking you. I think he's at this point trying to figure out the placement of the cars at the time of the collision.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No problem, ma'am.
Yeah, let let me walk back, Ms. Cargo. Okay, so you're sitting in the center turn lane waiting to take a left. Am I getting this right?
Yes, sir, right.
Because there's a CBD or there's a health store there on the left that you're wanting to enter?
Yes, but it used to be a money order store, and I just
Okay.
wasn't familiar that it had changed.
Okay, so you're going to get a money order.
Right.
And the car that you were involved in the accident with, after the accident, went up the hill and took another left into a different business?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Wait a minute, I didn't understand the
Hold on,
question.
hold on. Overruled because Ms. John B, I'm just trying to understand, and I know that that was information that I believe Ms. Hargrove referenced in her testimony. So I think just for the point of clarification, I'm okay with Mr. Ruff restating what she said, because I'm really confused at this point. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ruff, Ms. Hargrove.
Yes, Ms. Hargrove, I'm asking, after the collision occurred, right?
Yes.
The other vehicle, where did it go?
He pulled up to the side after he called 911 up there in front of that CBC store. He pulled, and I thought he hadn't got okay from the officer. Sometimes they do tell you to move your vehicle.
Ms. Hargrove, hold on. Let's just stick to yes and no answers, or at least close to it for now. Let's not talk about what connections you make with the answers, okay? So he pulled into the store that you were going to get the money order. Is that right?
Right, right,
Okay, and that's the same store that you and he were both at when the officer arrived.
right.
And
Yes,
you
sir.
say that, okay, did he tell you that he worked there?
No, sir, he did.
Okay, you testified that that was the store that he worked at. How do you know that he worked at that store?
I didn't say he worked at that store.
Okay. Did he say that's where he was going?
No, sir, he didn't tell me where he was going. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me back up then. All right, well, let me move forward then. So when the impact with his car occurred, were you moving?
No, I was sitting still.
Okay, and where was your car located in the roadway?
In the center lane for the turning lane. It was 2 lanes on this side and it was 2 on the other side. I was sitting in that middle lane.
And did you have any kind of indicators on your vehicle?
I had my signal turned to make a left.
Okay. The other driver that was involved, the other car, as you were waiting to make your left-hand turn, did you see that other car at all?
Just as I I looked around, because when he came around real quick, and the car, it collided to my car. That's what happened.
So was he behind you? Is that where did he come from?
He came from behind me on my left-hand side, and like it ran right into the front of the car. It ran right there. My dent is right there in the front, more or less. Yeah, by the light.
And where was the dent on his vehicle?
It was almost back there it was almost on the second door. It was like in between those two, yeah.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Judge.
Ms. John B, cross-examination.
Ms. Hargrovitz, your testimony that you were sitting still at the light in the turning lane?
Yes, I were.
And it's also your testimony that directly adjacent to the turning lane is oncoming traffic lane?
Say that again, please.
Directly next, so you're in the turning lane, correct?
Right.
And right next to that turning lane on the left-hand side is opposite direction traffic?
Right.
And so it's your testimony today that this car was traveling in the opposite direction lane?
Yes, yes, I am. He swirled around on that left-hand side. Yes.
And when he swerved on the left, what did you do?
I sit there, and that's when, as he pulled up, he pulled straight ahead after he hit me. He didn't leave his car the way we had the accident. I just sit there, was nothing else for me to do. But then he pulled because his car would have been in the lane, to be hit by other cars because he had half his car out.
Okay.
So he pulled his car up, and then he came back to me, and said what he, and asked,
Okay. Were you the first car at the turning lane? Is there a light? I'm sorry, let me back up. Is there a light at the turning lane?
There was a light at the turning lane.
And were you the first car at the light?
it was one sitting there for to go across to make a left turn, but I was making a right. You see what I'm saying? There was one to go across the traffic, but to go like to the mall or whatever. And this one was to go up, the one I had taken.
So you directly in front of you was a car turning right.
Right.
From the same center lane.
Right. No, that's on the main when I'm coming off of Holiday Boulevard. You come into the road, Holiday Boulevard. That's where and then you comes into the road of Old Dixie Highway.
So you were on Old Dixie Highway when the impact occurred?
Yes.
But you were in a center turning lane.
I was in the center lane.
And you were not moving.
I was not moving.
And you didn't move your car when you alleged the other car hit you.
I didn't move my car until after I seen him move his, because he had been on the phone with 911, and I thought they had told him to move it.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that there was another car ahead of you in that center lane.
No, it was not another car ahead of me in the center lane. That's the car was what we both waited to go to the main road. You see what I'm saying? We both at the road, Holiday Boulevard.
So you're saying you were turning onto Holiday Boulevard?
I was sitting in the lane already. It was no traffic coming, huh?
When you were on Old Dixie, was someone sitting in front of you?
When I was on Old Dixie. No, there's nobody sitting in front of me in Old Dixie, no.
So did you turn the center lane to turn left? Was the center lane to turn left on Old or Holiday Boulevard?
I don't understand. Would you say that again, please?
The center lane that you were in and you were attempting to turn left on?
Yes.
Was that on Old Dixie Road or Holiday Boulevard?
That was on Old Dixie.
And your left-hand turn, was that to be onto Holiday Boulevard?
No. That was a right turn for me to drive up to get in the center lane.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruff, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any other witnesses for on Ms. Hargrove's behalf?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Any argument from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is contending that Ms. Hargrove, by her own admission, is not clear on which direction traffic was coming. She has stated that there was a car in front of her turning right onto Holiday Boulevard when she was in the center lane to turn left onto another street. The officer has already testified to the space in which we were looking at, that she was already in that particular lane, and based on his years of experience and the impact of where the car, where Ms. Hargrove's car impacted the second vehicle, that Ms. Hargrove is the vehicle that was at fault for that turn, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruff?
Well, I think the expression is it's about as clear as mud, but the way that the officer first described it is a little different than where he testified that the damage was on the road, which is even a little different than where Mrs. Hargrove testified as to what happened. But if I can piece it together, the officer's version is that Miss Hargrove is taking a right-hand turn off of Holiday, and that's basically where the impact occurred, in his estimation. Except that he also testified that the debris was in the fast lane of the two lanes, which was a little inconsistent with it happening as she's taking the right off of Holiday. Now, Mrs. Hargrove says, okay, I took the right off of Holiday, and I think the solicitor got a little confused about the turn lanes and the lights. There is a light between Holiday and Old Dixie, but Ms. Hargrove testified she passed that light, had taken the right, had gotten over to the left into the center turning lane with her left blinker on to take a left-hand turn. And then this car came up from behind her, I guess in the center turn lane. And my thought process on this, Judge, and I've seen this happen, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility, is that he's behind her. She's got her turn signal on. Nobody's coming down the street. She's not taking a left-hand turn. And so he guns it to go around her and then cuts back into the turn lane, but misjudges the cut. I think that's as close to estimation as I can figure out as Ms. Hargrove is testifying to. That would put debris in a fast lane. That would put the accident occurring in a much different place and in a much different scenario than what the officer testified to. And I think because of the doubt as to which version of events might have occurred, I don't believe the state has met its burden of proof in this case.
All right, so I laughed because that phrase clear as mud had not occurred to me, but what had occurred to me is if the judge is confused, like in baseball, the tie goes to the defendant, like in baseball, the tie goes to the runner. Here's the issue. So somewhere around the turn, and I'm making a chart, and I'm a very visual person. So if I can't picture it in my head and I have questions at the end of the testimony, then I can't with all certainty or beyond a reasonable doubt find someone guilty. If I can sketch it out in my head and I am certain, not to a mathematical certainty, but beyond a reasonable doubt, that I understand what happened, then I can make a decision. But in this case, I am not certain beyond a reasonable doubt. And because of that, and the state has the burden to prove the case, Ms. Hargrove is going to be found not guilty.
Thank you for your time this afternoon, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr. Ruff. Thank you, Ms. Hargrove. You're excused at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All right.
you. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Something.
Ms. McDowell,
Nikki.
are you ready to go forward, ma'am?
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
All right. So, Ms. McDowell, I have to see you.
Okay.
All right. So, Ms. McDowell, I chose, well, the Ms. Hargrove's case was first, but I also wanted you to see that since you're not represented by an attorney, I wanted you to see how the trial would go. So you would have a sense of what is going to happen. So you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to give any testimony or evidence in this case. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. But if at the end of the state's case, after they presented their witnesses, if you do wish to give evidence or testimony, then we'll go over whether you are freely and voluntarily giving up your right to remain silent, okay? You have the right to question any witnesses that the state brings forward, but when you're questioning them, just ask questions. Don't make statements or don't tell me what you think happened, because that would be testifying and we are not at that point, okay? All right, did you have any questions for me?
Not at the moment.
Okay, so Ms. McDowell, you're before the court on case 2022 TK 02162 for a stop or yield sign violation. Ms. John VA, you may begin.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to call Officer Sharp.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right. Your witness, Ms. Janvier.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, can you, excuse me, good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Officer Dwayne Sharp.
Thank you, officer. And are you currently employed?
Yes, I am with the Clayton County Police Department for approximately 8 years.
Thank you for that. And what is your role at the Clayton County Police Department?
I am a uniformed patrol officer. I answer 911 calls to include vehicle accidents.
Thank you. And have you had any particular training to become a police officer?
We go through basic training to include a portion of accidents, being able to analyze accidents, point of impacts, using information on the roadway to determine an at-fault driver if any criminal or road offense has occurred.
And did you complete that training?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. In your experience, do you have an estimate of possibly how many accidents you may have responded to?
I'll say over 100.
Okay. All right. Officer Sharp, were you working with the Clayton County Police Department on February 15th, 2022?
I was. My shift at that time was 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you have the opportunity to appear at East Conley Road and Grant Road?
I did.
And where is that located?
It's in Conley Road. Well, it's in Conley, Georgia, my area, within Clayton County.
Thank you for that. And so when you arrived at Conley Road and Grant Road, did you observe anything?
Yes, there was a vehicle, 2 vehicles on the roadway, a truck and a small sedan.
And what, if anything, did you do at that time?
I got the vehicle, asked all parties if they were okay, if they had any injuries, if any medical attention. And then from there, I began to conduct my investigation. I asked both parties what occurred, and they gave me their statements. And I looked at the damages to the vehicle and looked at the surrounding areas for any traffic devices.
And after speaking with the drivers of the vehicles and looking at the damages to the vehicles, did you make a determination?
I did.
How did you come about to that determination?
There was a stop sign, if you would give me one moment. There was a stop sign on Grant Road that Miss McDowell was coming down. And while she was coming down that road, vehicle number 2 struck Miss McDowell's vehicle. So the stop sign was meant for her to stop and proceed when safe to do so.
And how did you determine that she didn't stop?
She stated she stopped, but based on the evidence, the safe to proceed portion, because of the accident, she was cited for stop sign violation.
So do you recall where the point of impact was on the second vehicle?
The second vehicle, the front.
The front, when you say the front, where in the front?
The front driver's side, closer to the driver's side.
The front driver's side?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if Miss McDowell was traveling straight or turning left or right at that stop sign?
She was traveling straight down, but she was trying to attempt to make a left-hand turn.
Okay. And do you see Miss McDowell in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, could you describe Ms. Dow with any physical attributions or articles of clothing?
She's a female with the beat headphones, the white beat headphones.
Let the record reflect that officer has identified Ms. McDowell.
Record shall reflect that.
And at the conclusion of your investigation, Officer Sharp, did you determine who was at fault for the
Miss
collision?
McDowell. Miss McDowell.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. McDowell, did you have any questions for this officer?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Ms. John VA, did you have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Officer, did you note where the damage was on Ms. McDowell's car?
Miss McDowell, her damage to her vehicle was on the driver's side near the rear tire, sort of the back passenger. She had a 4-door vehicle. I believe it was a Toyota, I believe, or a smaller car of that nature.
Okay, so you said it was on behind the driver's side door.
Towards the rear tire, driver's side.
Okay, towards the rear tire. All right. Were the vehicles still positioned in the roadway?
Yes.
Um,
Vehicle 1 had moved off, but Miss McDowell's vehicle was stationary due to the extensive damage. It was
okay.
immobile.
All right, and when you testified earlier, you said that the vehicle 2 struck Miss McDowell. So the front driver's side of vehicle 2 made contact with the rear driver's side wheel well or wheel area of Miss McDowell's vehicle.
It would be the front. I assume you're probably drawing a picture in your head. It'll be the front headlight of vehicle 2 striking the rear driver's side of vehicle 1.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for clarification purposes. Ms. John VA, did you have anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. McDowell, did you have anything else?
I do have a couple pictures of the area where the accident occurred and a couple pictures of both vehicles
Okay.
from the accident.
Hold on. So you understand that the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt, correct?
Yes.
Did you wish to enter testimony and evidence at this time? You are not required to.
Can I ask if I did enter evidence today, like would the case be still closed today or like would I have to?
Yeah, if you have pictures today, we'll look at it today. Everything happens today.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can show you. How do I do that?
Hold on, I'm gonna get to that. All right, so let's go over your rights. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you understand that the state has the burden to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not required to testify or produce evidence, and no one can make you testify or produce evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are freely and voluntarily waiving your right to remain silent, and you want to offer evidence in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have pictures, is my understanding.
I do.
All right, so what I'm going to do is put you in a breakout room with Ms. John VA so that you can show her the pictures. And when you all come out of the breakout room, if Ms. John VA has any objections to me seeing the pictures, I will deal with those objections before I see the pictures, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you're gonna be in breakout room number 1. Once you see the invitation pop up, you go into that room, speak with Ms. John VA, and when y'all are ready, then y'all come out of the room and let me know what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so Ms. McDowell and Ms. John VA are in breakout room number 1, and I'll be back when y'all are back.
We're back, Your Honor.
All right, any objections to the pictures?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, so ma'am, are the pictures on your phone or do you have them printed out?
They're on my phone.
Okay. All right, so just make sure you're on the correct picture. I don't want to see anything crazy. And then you can show the pictures to the screen, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay, so I was just showing, this is a picture of right here. That's my car.
Okay.
As you can see, the damage was more right here in the back, in the rear end, like the officer said. And then this is a picture of the other vehicle's car. It wasn't too much damage, but as you can see, it's kind of like right there in that area. That's really it right there.
Okay.
And then I just also showed her a picture of the area that I was in. I don't usually take this role all the time, so I'm not really sure, you know, I'm not really familiar with the area, but so this is where I was coming from, where this truck is. I don't know if you can really see because it's kind of small back there. But so I was okay, yeah. So I was coming from where the truck is, and then the other car was coming down this hill. It's kind of like a curved hill. But I was saying that I understand she explained to me that what the officer was trying to say, that I didn't make sure it was safe to proceed. I also showed her this picture of the stop sign, which is where I was at. How this car came up is how I also came up, because the stop sign is back like super far. So I had to pull up an extra car's lane just to make my left turn after stopping at the stop sign. And you have to also, how it is, you have to do that to make a right or left turn on either, you know, going either way on this street. That's really all the evidence that I did have. I took a video too, but it's just showing basically the same thing, where the car came from, and where I was coming from. If y'all wanted to see a video.
Hold on. Right now, I think the pictures are fine, but if you wish to show the
Okay.
video, I'll watch it.
I mean, that's fine if the pictures are fine.
All right, Miss John VA, did you have any questions for Miss McDowell?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McDowell, did you have any other testimony to give the court?
That's it.
All right. All right, Miss John VA, did you have argument to make?
Your Honor, I just would like to conclude that based on the presentation of the pictures that Ms. McDowell presented of the stop sign, the damage to her vehicle, and the second vehicle, in addition to the testimony given by Officer Sharp, expressing how he determined who was at fault for the accident, that it is, we could conclude that the Ms. McDowell did not proceed when it was completely safe for her to do so.
All right, Ms. McDowell, did you wish to make a statement based on the evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I drew this one, I'm able to visualize, and I drew it out, and thank you, Ms. McDowell, the pictures were helpful. So unfortunately, even if the stop sign is further back from the intersection than it allows us a good view, we still have, as responsible drivers, the requirement to get to a place where we can have a clear view and ascertain whether it's safe to go forward. So I can understand if you stopped at the stoplight and it was further back from the intersection as your picture shows, but even if you pulled up further into the intersection, before you made a turn or proceeded into the intersection, you have to then again clear the intersection to make sure that you're not going to collide with anyone. You can't just stop at the stop sign and then proceed through the intersection, because at that point, there may be someone coming and the stop sign is not placed in a manner that allows you to see the full intersection, which is the case in a lot of places, unfortunately. So at this time, the court is going to find that the evidence shows that you are guilty of the offense of a stop or yield sign violation. All right, Ms. John VA, did you have a recommendation for a sentence in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, the fine will be $50.
All right. Miss McDowell, that's the lowest fine that we give. It's $50 base fine. It's $83.25 with the state issued surcharges. So the total will be $83.25. And because you're not at the courthouse, I generally give 30 days in which to make the payment, but I can give you up to 60 days if you need it. And you can make the payment by coming into the building and going to the second floor traffic window, or you could make the payment online or by phone. So the first thing I need you to do is to send your email address. So do you know how to use the chat function?
Yeah.
Okay, if you pull up the chat and when it pulls up the names in blue where it says everyone, I need you to chat to Miss Brenda Castaneda. Do you see Miss Brenda?
Yeah.
All right, send her your email address. All right, and once you've sent Ms. Brenda your email address, then she's going to respond by sending you the sentencing sheet in this case. It'll also give you the date by which the payments have to be made, and it'll give you information about the about paying online or by phone. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Ms. McDowell, how old are you?
20.
Okay, so because this is a moving violation, there's a risk of getting points on your license that may result in jeopardy of you getting a suspension, because it's easier for people who are under 21 to accrue enough points to get a suspension. So you want to check your points level. And you also may wish to take a driver improvement course through the Department of Driver Services. You can check with them to see if that will assist you with any points that have accrued to your license, okay? All right, and be safe, Miss McDowell, because I know how easy it is to, like I said, I don't doubt that you stopped at the stop sign, but the statute is that you have to proceed with caution. So even if the stop sign was not in a position where you could clearly see the intersection or to anticipate cars coming, then you got to pull up and stop again. And so I don't want anything to happen to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, ma'am. So just make sure that you send that payment in within the 30 days, unless you need more time. Do you need more time? Okay, then. All right, thank you. And Miss Brenda, did you receive Miss McDowell's email address?
Yes, Judge, I did.
All right. So at this time, we are adjourned for traffic court, but I do believe we have a 3 p.m. motions calendar. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So Ms. Janvier, you can release any of your witnesses. Ms. McDowell, you're free to go. Just please check your email tonight or tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Ms. Hahn, Ms. Janvier, on the calendar, it is my understanding is a motion to revoke. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I have, the first case I have is Lonnie Yarnell Copeland, motion to revoke. I also have the interlock waiver for John Fitzgerald Grant. Is Mr. Grant present? Come on up, Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so sir, you're before the court. You can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on 2010 CR 12734, and you're seeking an interlock waiver. So sir, it is my understanding that this case took place back in 2010. At the time, you had an interlock waiver required, an interlock device required, but you're seeking a waiver of that device because of a financial hardship. So sir, are you currently employed?
In my house, I'm working.
I'm sorry,
I'm working.
you're not working?
I'm working
Okay, where are you working, sir?
at a tent server doing restract paper.
Okay, so sir, have you priced the interlock device? Do you know how much it would cost you per month?
I ain't checked. Man.
Okay, are you paying a mortgage or rent at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
How much do you pay per month for your housing?
150.
150?
My bad, 1150.
1150. Okay. And are you supporting a family? Do you have children that live with you?
I'm staying with my niece.
Okay. And sir, do you have any other expenses that you could explain to the court that would keep you from being able to afford the interlock device?
I understand what you mean.
Meaning, like, so you're paying rent. Do you have a car payment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you currently have a car?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you transport yourself back and forth on public transportation, Uber?
No, ma'am. My niece came back and forth from work.
Okay. All right. Ms. Janvier, do you have any objection to the interlock waiver for Mr. Grant?
Your Honor, honestly, I don't know how you hear. I cannot hear. I really didn't hear anything you said. I know you repeated some of it, but I really couldn't hear much of what you said. And I was just trying to determine, I don't know, the heart was what I was listening for, Your Honor, and I only heard he had a job in the 1150. So.
Okay, so Mr. Grant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I think this sound is better on the computer. Can you say something for me?
Well, right now.
Okay. Okay, no problem. No need to be nervous. So you said that you are working. Was I correct when you said that your housing was $1150 per month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you're living with your niece, so you're not currently supporting a family, but you do have other expenses. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you pay your niece for transporting you back and forth to work?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are there other things that you are paying for other than just housing?
Food and stuff like that.
Okay. And do you have any children that you support?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right. So, and you haven't looked into how much the interlock waiver is going to cost you per month?
No, ma'am, I ain't checked.
Okay. And so you say you pay $1,100 a month for housing. How much do you make per month?
I say I bring home by
700 per month? And you're paying 1,100?
No, I think about 9.
You're paying 9. So I'm not trying to get into your business, Mr. Grant.
My niece know more everything I know. She right here on the side of me.
Okay. Do you require your niece to assist you with this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the interlock waiver, you can put your hand down, ma'am. So may I have your name, please?
Marilyn Jennings.
Ms. Jennings, the interlock waiver is based on hardship, financial hardship. Okay, so that's why I'm asking these questions. I'm not trying to get into Mr. Grant's personal business, but I'm required to ask them to establish whether the interlock waiver would be a financial hardship. So he hasn't checked into how much the waiver would be. Do you have any idea how much that would cost him per month?
Yes, ma'am. This was a 10-year ago accident, so I was unaware that he still needed that. He has a little illiteracy.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I just started back working. He's working through a temp agency. He works part-time. His average cost a month would be $1,100 if he was able to help pay his portion. But right now, because he's temp work, he does, so he gives what he can. Sometimes it's so he's averaging maybe $300 a week.
Okay, all right. That's what I needed to know. Okay, so the court is not opposed to a hardship in this case, and the court will grant the hardship. So Ms. Jennings, is there an email address that we could send that order to you?
Yes, ma'am. The email address is mmj_1973@yahoo.com.
All right, so I have M as in Mary, J as in John, _1973@yahoo.com.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and grant that order and we'll send it out to you all, okay? If you need a certified copy for any reason, you can always get one at the first floor in the state court clerk's office.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we just wait till we get that in the mail?
Yes, ma'am. You're going to get it by email.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for assisting your uncle. All right, you're free to go at this time. Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
All righty. Take care, sir. All right. So the matter before the court, the remaining matter before the court is State of Georgia versus Lonnie Yarnell Copeland. This is a motion to revoke bond. Is Mr. Copeland present?
Your Honor, I'm representing Mr. Copeland and I could not get in touch with him. And the phone number that I had is not a working number.
Okay, do you have any indication that Mr. Copeland's address has changed in any way?
So the address that I have on the file is the victim's address.
All right. Is that the address you've always had?
Yeah, that's the address we had.
Okay. So Mr. Copeland is required to update his address with the court. What was the date that this case took place?
On July 16, 2022.
Okay. Well, I'm sure notice went out because we have a calendar and notice we don't have any we don't have any indication notice did not go out because Mr. Kamani, you're here and you have notice on behalf of Mr. Copeland. Notice would have gone to the address that he has on file. Miss Dillon, do you have any indication that notice went to an improper address?
Notice went out to the address we have on file, Judge. No notice was returned in the system. So notice went out to the same place where he received his criminal arraignment notice.
Okay. All right. Miss Janvier. Mr. Copeland has not appeared. However, notice was sent. Does the state intend to move forward with the motion to revoke bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Does the state have witnesses to present?
Yes, I believe that Ms. Williams is in the courtroom.
Okay, I see a Tamika Williams. Is that who you're talking about, or is there another Miss Williams?
There is another Ms. Williams, Your Honor.
All right, so Miss Williams in the courtroom, please come forward.
Yeah, I was thinking she come to that.
All right, so Miss Williams. Miss Janvier, is this the Miss Williams you were referring to?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Williams, state your name for the court.
Tamika Williams.
Miss who?
Tamika Williams.
All right, so Miss Williams, you're gonna have to speak up so we can hear you, okay?
Tamika Williams.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, Miss Janvier, are you ready to go forward on this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so this is the state of Georgia versus Lonnie Yarnell Copeland. Mr. Copeland is represented by Mr. Kamani of the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Copeland's case number is 2022 CR 03096. The court has verified that notice was sent to the same address where Mr. Copeland received notice for arraignment. No address update has been made in this case. Mr. Copeland is before the court on battery, family violence, count 1, battery provocation, count 2, simple battery, family violence, count 3, simple battery, count 4, cruelty to children, count 5, harassing phone calls, count 6, and trespass, criminal trespass damage, count 7. Mr. Kamani is present, and the state is represented by Ms. Sawana Janvier of the Solicitor General's office. All right, Ms. Janvier, are you presenting Ms. Williams as your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Williams, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Williams, can you tell me what your relation is to Mr. Copeland?
I'm the mother of his child.
Okay. And are you all currently in a relationship?
No, ma'am.
And have you had any contact with Mr. Copeland after May 30th of 2022?
Just to talk about his son, and that was it, just over the telephone, not in person or anything like that.
And has Mr. Copeland initiated contact with you after May 30th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of contact has he initiated?
He was sending text messages threatening me, saying what he was gonna do to me, showing up at my house, riding past my house, trying to come to my son's football games, and things like that.
What were some of the messages that were sent to you?
Some of the messages, he was telling me what he was gonna do to me physically.
Such as?
Harming me, like catching me outside or catching me wherever and doing things to me.
Did he specify what things he said he would do to you?
He said he was gonna beat me up, shoot me. He said all type of things. I sent all the text messages that I had to Ms. Dillard.
Past your house?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Miss Janvier, your sound has gone out for some reason.
Yeah, can you hear me now? It said my.
Yeah, that's better. Oh, it went out again.
Am I back?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems like every time you want to ask her a question, your sound goes out. And then when you say, am I back? Your sound comes back.
Oh, Lord.
No sound. No sound.
I'm going to leave and come back.
Okay. All right. We're in recess until Miss Janvier can rejoin. I'll be right back.
How's my sound? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I heard the judge say we were in recess. I don't know how long she said.
All right, I'm back. Go ahead, Ms. John VA.
Okay. Okay. And so, Ms. Williams, you said that he has driven past your house.
Mhm.
And what, if anything, have you done when he's driven past your house?
Well, I called the police, and by the time the police get there, you know, he's gone. So they will always just tell me I need to come down and get I guess a protective, I think the PTO, is that what it called?
Okay.
A TPO?
All right. Ms. Williams, are you afraid of Mr. Copeland?
At this point, yeah, because it's just been too much threatening going on, and I'm just trying to protect me and my children.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
So, Ms. John VA, for the court to make any kind of decision on this, I need to know specific dates and times, because if I don't know whether there was an order in effect or no contact, no violent or harassing. I don't have a clue about what type of order you're alleging that this defendant has violated.
Ms. Williams, are you aware of the bond conditions for Mr. Copeland?
But I didn't find out about the bond conditions until I contacted Ms. Dillard.
Okay. What do you know the bond conditions to be?
I know that he's not supposed to be around me, Jakari Copeland, nor Joshua Cooper. He's not to come to my home address. That's the only thing so far that I.
Okay. All right. Ms. Copeland, excuse me, I apologize, Ms. Williams. Do you know the date of the last time that Mr. Copeland drove past your house?
It was like the beginning of November. I don't remember the specific date, but like the beginning of November.
November of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know the date of which the bond conditions were to be in effect?
I believe when he, like back in June or July, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall the date of the last message he may have sent to you?
I have everything in my phone. And
okay.
November, October, September, like all.
Can you pull out your phone?
So you want to know the last date?
Do you have any contact that Mr. Copeland initiated with you in September?
In September. everything that I have, I sent to Ms. Dillard. Some of it had dates and some didn't, because when they be in your phone so long, the dates. Yes,
What was the date?
like September the 25th, September.
Okay, I'm sorry, just one at a time. So on September the 25th, what was the message?
He said, Lord, you pulled up to, wait, that's not it.
Do you have one for September the 19th?
September the 19th. September the 19th.
Or September 20th?
Yes, the 20th.
Okay, can you tell me the date and time for that message?
It was Tuesday, September the 20th at 7:56 a.m.
Okay, what was the message?
It say, "On my son, when I catch you, I'm beating you the fuck up on God. I'm gonna try to put you in the hospital. I told you don't play with my baby." He said, "You're ignorant as study putting the kids in it, then you play with my son like you so damn lame for that." And then
Do you have another message from October, possibly the 15th?
October the 15th.
From your social media, possibly?
Was it on Facebook or Instagram?
I think it might have been an Instagram message that you sent over.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Yeah, you pretty much prop her up as much as you can. If you're gonna ask me to take away somebody's liberty and they've already provided your office with the information, then it would behoove you to be prepared to go forward on a motion to revoke bond and have the information ready so that you can question her as to date and time, because I understand that there's a lot of emotion in a motion to revoke bond, but I can't deprive someone of their liberty, especially somebody who has not been convicted of a crime, based on the fact that she's afraid. I need to know dates, times, specifics, and all of that needs to be prepared beforehand.
It's not my Instagram is.
Hold on, Ms. Williams.
I'm sorry.
So I guess leading was the objection, and I'm going to sustain it. Do you have additional questions for Ms. Williams?
I'd like to enter the documents that we have into evidence. I was attempting to lay the foundation for those documents, Your Honor.
All right, if you're laying a foundation, continue to do so. It's not there yet.
When you receive messages from Mr. Copeland, do you keep those messages?
Yes, I screenshot them. I have the message for October the 15th that you was talking about. I'm sorry.
Did you, the messages that you received, how are you able to determine that they were from Mr. Copeland?
I know his Instagram, his social media, and know his phone number and everything. And in the text, you can tell that it's him.
And is his phone number saved in your phone?
No, ma'am.
Is his name saved in your phone?
Just the social media and what he have under the name that he have on social media.
Okay. When you receive text messages, are those phone numbers, is that phone number saved in your phone?
No.
So how do you identify that you received a message from Mr.?
I know the number that he called from.
Has his number ever been saved in your phone?
Yes, it has.
And did you provide any information to me regarding those messages?
I don't think me and you met before. I think I talked to someone other than Ms. Dillard on the phone. I can't remember the name because I only spoke with her once.
Do you recall submitting screenshots of messages that you received from Mr. Copeland to Ms. Dillard?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
And do you recall if you submitted a message from September the 20th?
Yes.
Of 2022?
Yes, everything that I had, I sent to Ms. Dillard.
Right. I don't know how I would do this in order for her to identify this document with her being in the courtroom, me being here. I don't know, should I come down to the courtroom possibly for her to look at this particular document to identify if this is what she sent?
Ms. John VA, I would do whatever's necessary to make my case.
All right, I'll be down in just a moment, Your Honor.
You have permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Williams? Does this appear to be a copy of the document that you submitted to Ms. Dillard?
Yes.
And can you, does it appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 2, which is a message that Ms. Williams sent to the state, submitted to the state.
Mr. Kamani?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Exhibit 2 will be admitted over without objection.
And Ms. Williams, can you please read from the top whose name is listed as the person sending the message?
Lonnie.
And the date underneath it, please?
Monday, September the 19th at 11:41 p.m.
And what's the message?
It say, "Where you at, Lord? No, I'm just not about to tweet with you. Go the fuck home."
And below that, is there additional timestamp?
The
date, yes.
Tuesday, September the 20th at 7:56 a.m. So you want to play right, then you block me. On my son, when I catch you, I'm beating you the fuck up on God. I'm gonna try to put you in the hospital. I told you don't play with my baby. You're ignorant ass, steady putting the kids in it, then you play with my son like that. So damn lame for that.
Yeah. I didn't hear what he said, Your Honor.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I said something. Permission to approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Williams, is the document that you're holding right now a copy of the screenshot you submitted to Ms. Dillard, the state?
Yes.
And has this copy been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
And can you tell us what the screenshot is of?
The screenshot is, this is Instagram. This is Mr. Copeland calling and texting.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 3.
Any objection, Mr. Kamani?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, will be admitted without objection. Go ahead.
All right, Ms. Williams, can you tell us the date on this message?
The date is October the 15th at 8:34 p.m.
And can you read the first message, please?
It's a video call at 8:34, another video call at 8:35. Where you at? I just left from over there. Cap on my kids. On my kids is a gray Nissan in your driveway. Yep. Where you at? You so tough. Who car? I was about to bust the windows out. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about all that. Pull up. On my kids, I'll be back in 30 minutes. Soon I drop my people off. That's what it said.
Ms. Williams, do you typically respond to the messages that you receive from Mr. Copeland?
Well, I was responding as trying to be cordial and, co-parent with him. But after all the threatening and things just started getting heated, I stopped responding and started to reach out to Ms. Dillard about it.
All right. And do you have any concerns about Mr. Copeland?
My only thing I'm trying to do is just protect me and my kids. And I'm just done with it. I want it to be over with so that I can move on with my life and stop living in fear.
Thank you for that.
I don't have anything additional, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamani, do you have a cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Williams, has Mr. Copeland ever come to your house?
Yes,
Have you invited him over?
no, he just shows up, pops up when he wants to. His mom, she lives with me, so he just feel like he can just pop up anytime he wants to.
When was the last time?
The father of your child's mother lives with you.
Yes, so before
You live with
everything,
her, or does she live with you?
she lived with me.
Okay.
So,
Were you married to Mr. Copeland?
no, ma'am.
Okay.
So before everything happened, her and her husband, me and Mr. Copeland wasn't together at the time. This was in June, like around Father's Day. She lost her apartment, and she reached out to me and asked me if she can come and stay with me until her and her husband get back on her feet.
So she and her husband are staying with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this Mr. Copeland's father?
No. His
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So, Ms. Williams, just to be clear, is Mr. Copeland staying with you, you said?
No, Mr. Copeland does not live with his mom.
His mom lives with you.
Yes.
So he comes to visit to see his mom, correct?
He haven't been over there, but he'll come and if she have to go to her doctor's appointment, or he's picking her up from a doctor's appointment, he'll drop her back off at my house. And I've asked Mr. Copeland several times to even, I can't stop no one from driving up a street or whatever. And I said to his mom as well, if you need to be dropped off, picked off or whatever, have him to drop you off down the street or whatever, or you find a different way to keep him away from my house.
Okay. So just to be very clear, so Mr. Copeland's mom lives with you, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Copeland comes outside the house to drop his mom, correct? Correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Copeland doesn't come into the house without your permission, correct?
No. He'll just pick her up and leave or whatever, but I don't, he's not supposed to be around us at all. He's not supposed to show up to my house at all. To my understanding, that was what's on the bond condition. He has came into my backyard before, knocking at my room window. He comes and he beats on my door without my permission. He just shows up.
Miss Williams, so there was a text message of September 28th, right? 20, September 20?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
And how do you know that it's Mr. Copeland messaging you?
Because I know his number. I know that it's Lonnie. I used to have his number saved in my phone. I know who I'm talking to.
So when Mr. Copeland messaged you on September 20, did you go to the police?
Like I said before, every time I call the police, nothing's happened. They just tell me I need to get a protection order, and I just started back working like 3 months ago. So and then that's why I've been reaching out to Ms. Dillard to get everything in motion. Because I felt like, I mean, there was no point in me calling the police if nothing's gonna happen.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect, Ms. John?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Williams, have you ever seen the bond, the bond paperwork for Mr. Copeland?
Yes, when Ms. Diller sent it to me.
Your Honor, have permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Williams, is that a copy of the bond that you received from Ms. Dillard?
Yes.
And has, to your knowledge, has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to offer into evidence the bond for Mr. Copeland.
Any
That's-
objections,
No, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Monty? All
No,
right.
Your Honor.
Exhibit 4 will be admitted.
Ms. Williams, can you read the name at the top of the bond?
Right here. Start here. Copeland Lonnie Yarnell.
And can you read the offenses for which the bond has been set?
Criminal trespass, damage to property, physical contact, provoke, harassing phone calls, cruelty to children in 3rd degree.
And can you read the bond condition for, the first bond condition?
Stay away absolutely, directly or indirectly by mail, email, pager, telephone, or third person from the person, home, workplace, and immediate family members of any witness, including but not limited to Tamika Williams, Joshua Cooper, and Jakari Copeland.
And can you read the second condition for that bond?
This order shall not serve to prevent the defendant from mailing child support payments to the victim, not return to or go upon the premises located at 49 Oldenburg Drive, Riverdale, Georgia.
And can you tell us the date at the bottom of that bond?
So order this date, the 16th of July, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yes, Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Ms. Williams, you saw the bond. You said you read the bond conditions order, right? You read the bond conditions order, right? Correct.
Yes.
Now, at the bottom of the bond conditions order, can you tell me what's the last line? It says the defendant acknowledges receipt of the copy of the bond conditions, correct? Is that the last line?
What? This one? The defendant acknowledged receipt of a copy of the bond conditions.
And there's a place for signature for the defendant, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Has it been signed by the defendant?
No.
Okay. All right. And since May 2022, you have also, has there been a time where you have initiated contact with Mr. Copeland as well?
No.
But you both do speak, right? Over the phone?
The only time that that we came in contact was when he reached out to me. Other than
But you spoke to him as well, correct?
yes.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Jean-Pierre?
Yes, I'd like to call the victim advocate.
Okay. Is Ms. Williams finished testifying?
Yes, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right. And she's not subject to recall?
Perhaps, Your Honor, so I'd like for her to stay around.
All right, Ms. Williams, step outside the courtroom. We'll call you in if we need you.
Okay.
And then They're gonna open one of those rooms for us. They're gonna open one of those rooms for us.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony that you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right. Ms. John VA, your witness.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Maria Dillard.
And Ms. Dillard, are you currently employed?
I am
Where are you employed?
at the Solicitor General's office.
What is your job title?
I'm a Senior Victim Service Officer.
And how long have you been with the Solicitor General's office?
17 years.
And Ms. Dillard, what is your role or function at the Solicitor General's office?
My job is to assist the victims of crime, assisting the prosecutor, letting the prosecutor know what is the desires of the victims.
And did you have the opportunity to make contact with Ms. Tamika Williams?
Yes.
And in what context did you make contact with her?
Ms. Williams reached out to me on October 21st because she called me scared that she was being threatened.
Did she advise you who was threatening her?
Yes.
Who did she say?
Lonnie Copeland.
And at that time, when you received that information from Ms. Williams, did you make any notation of that?
I did.
And is that something that you would do with any person that contacted you?
Yes.
How did you make that notation?
Through Tracker, through our notes.
And what information do you place in Tracker?
The victims' information, defendants, and also whatever they state to me.
And after making your notations with Ms. Williams, did you tell her to do anything or that she should do anything or give her any information regarding her concerns?
I told her if the defendant comes by to call the police.
And did you have an occasion to speak with Ms. Williams after October 21st?
Yes, I did.
When did you speak to her again?
I spoke to her on the 28th.
Did you initiate that contact or did she initiate it?
She initiated that contact.
And when she contacted you, what did she say?
She wanted to know what we were going to do about the defendant threatening her.
And at that time, what did you advise her to do?
I advised her that I informed her that I would let the prosecutor know so we can do a motion to revoke.
And did you have an opportunity to receive any documents or proof?
Yes, I got some text messaging and some social media documents. Like I believe to me it was Facebook.
And did you advise Ms. Williams of anything regarding those messages?
I just told her to make sure that they were stamped of the day that the defendant reach out to her. I'm sorry.
And did she in fact send you documentation with the time and date?
Yes, she did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I am now giving to Ms. Dillard what has already been entered into evidence as State Exhibit 2.
Record shall reflect that.
Ms. Dillard, does this document that you're holding look familiar to you?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what it is?
This is the document that Ms. Williams sent me via email.
And does that appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Did you make any alterations?
No.
And what did you do with that document once you received it?
I printed it out and I gave it to my prosecutor.
Okay, and can you tell us what is on that document?
On this document has the defendant's first name, the date, stamp, and time,
in messages.
And can you read the message?
Yes, it says Monday, September 19, 11:41 p.m. It says, where you at, Lord? No, I'm just now not about to tweet with you. Go the fuck home. And then there is another day, Tuesday, September 20th at 7:56 a.m. And it states, so you want to play, right? Then you block me on my song when I catch you, I'm beating you the fuck up. On God, I'm gonna try to put you in the hospital. I told you, don't play with my baby. You ignorant ass steady putting the kids in it, then you play with my son like that. So damn lame for that.
And may the record also reflect that I am giving to Ms. Dillard what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3.
Record shall reflect that.
Ms. Dillard, the document that you have, is that a copy of the screenshot you received from Ms. Williams?
Yes, it is.
And does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Did you make any alteration?
No.
Can you read the first date, or excuse me, the first date on that document?
October 15, 8:34 p.m.
And can you read the message below?
Where you at? I just left from over there. It says, Om and K, is a gray Nissan in your driveway? Yeah, where you at? You so tough. Who car? I was about to bust the windows out. Don't worry about all that. Pull up.
All right, thank you. And after you received these documents from Ms. Williams and you submitted them, what if anything did you do afterwards?
I had them printed out and like I said, given to my prosecutor so they can do a motion to revoke.
Have you had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Williams after submitting those documents?
Yes.
And did you initiate that contact or did she?
She initiated that phone call.
Okay. And when she called you, what was your conversation about?
Our conversation was that defendant has showed up again at her house about 9 p.m. Victim stated that he was knocking at her door and would not leave, and that she called the police, but by the time that they got there, he was already gone. And they told her if he shows up again to call the police again.
What date was it? Of what year?
2020.
Beyond the breaking up, I couldn't hear the date.
I got you, Mr. Kamani. Ms. Dillard, the last question and the last answer, I couldn't hear because of the system was breaking up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you need me to read that message again?
Yes, please.
Okay, it was on November 2nd of this year at 10:35 a.m. I received a phone call from the victim that the defendant showed up at her house about 9 p.m. Victim stated that he was knocking at her door and would not leave, and that she called the police, but by the time they got there, he was already gone, and they told her that if he shows up again, to call the police.
And did you have an occasion to speak with her after November the 2nd?
I did.
Did you initiate that contact or did she?
I set up this time.
Okay, and for what purpose?
I set it up so we can meet with the prosecutor, with you.
Okay, and did you speak with Ms. Williams?
I did.
Okay, and what was the result of your conversation?
It was regarding the motion.
Did you advise her of anything?
I advised her that we had set up a motion for December 14 at 3 p.m.
And did she provide you with any response at that time?
She said that she would be here.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination, Mr. Kamani?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, anything else for Ms. Dillard? May she be excused?
Yes, maybe excuse, Your Honor.
All right, any other witnesses on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you have reserved, Ms. Williams. Is she subject to recall at this time?
No, I don't believe that we need her, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kamani, do you have witnesses or evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Copeland?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I'll hear from, you all on argument.
Your Honor, Mr. Copeland is indeed a danger to the community, and through the testimony of Ms. Williams, a danger to her and her children. Your Honor, she has provided proof of the contact that was in violation of Mr. Copeland's bond and the threatening messages that he has sent and that he has violated on more than one of the conditions. He has contacted her as well as been outside, been at the home, the address that he was not to return to, Your Honor. Additionally, Mr. Copeland has several previous charges of battery, simple battery, to show that he is already not in compliance with the good characteristics of a safe human being and endangering the community, Your Honor.
All right. Anything, Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor. First, Your Honor, we are here today because there are bond conditions, and if he has violated those bond conditions, then his bond is to be revoked. So his past criminal history is not relevant for this hearing today. Second, Your Honor, if you see the bond conditions order, the bond conditions order is not signed by him, which means that he is not aware of those bond conditions. It's not acknowledged by him. So it's possible that he does not know that he's not supposed to be in touch with Ms. Williams or not to go to the house. Then, Your Honor, Ms. Williams said that Mr. Copeland's mom lives at Ms. Williams' residence, and Mr. Copeland goes outside the residence. Ms. Williams testified that he does not come inside. He has never come inside the house without her permission. So it's not a case where he has showed up. He may have passed through the house, but he has never gone inside the house, which his bond condition says to stay away from the house. No, so just by passing the house, that I believe it does not violate his bond condition. Then, Your Honor, Ms. Williams also testified that she's also involuntarily in touch with Mr. Copeland. They are co-parenting, so she also initiates contact, and she also is in touch with Mr. Williams. So it's not the case that only with Mr. Copeland. So it's not the case that only Mr. Copeland is trying to contact Ms. Williams, and Ms. Williams is not responding, or Mr. Williams is harassing. They're basically co-parenting, and they're in touch with each other. Then, Your Honor, regarding the message of September 20th, 2022, which Ms. Williams read, Ms. Williams, if that message was threatening to Ms. Williams would have contacted the police. Ms. Williams did not contact the police, which obviously shows that she was not threatened by those text messages. And Ms. Williams also did not, the first time that Ms. Williams contacted the victim's advocate was on October 21st, 2022. That is about after a month of the text message. So if a person would have been threatened by a text message, would have contacted the police right away. And if the police were not doing anything, would have contacted the victim's advocate right away. Ms. Williams has waited a month to contact the victim's advocate. So my humble submission is that she obviously she's not threatened by those text messages. And Your Honor, since based on these facts, Your Honor, his bond should not be revoked, Your Honor.
All right, so the court verified that notice was sent In this case, Mr. Copeland has not appeared. Mr. Copeland has represented by counsel. The court proceeded with the hearing. Ms. Janvier, on behalf of the Solicitor General's office, has presented evidence and testimony from Ms. Williams, who is the victim, as well as two minors of the pending charges against Mr. Copeland, and that there was a bond condition issued by the magistrate court. And said bond condition ordered that there's to be no contact with Ms. Williams and the minor children. Ms. Williams has documented and passed on to the Solicitor General's office evidence of communication between her and Mr. Copeland, and the court may have been willing to overlook it if it had been merely of a co-parenting nature, where they were discussing things about the welfare and benefit of the children, or receipt or lack of receipt of child support, which is the contact that is permitted in the order. It is permitted that Mr. Copeland would have been allowed to mail child support to his children at the address where they reside. However, the testimony has been that the communication made by Mr. Copeland has been threatening. It has threatened physical violence. He has threatened to put Miss Williams in the hospital. He has threatened her life. He has stalked her in as much as he has come to her house and on the street and observed cars in her home, in her driveway, and made comments about who was in the driveway of the home, and making threats about what he would do to the property of whomever was at the home. Despite the fact that Miss Williams has allowed Mr. Copeland's mother and stepfather to reside with, the agreement is that if he is going to be involved in his mother's care or transportation to back and forth to doctor's appointments, he is to drop her off outside the home or down the street. But he has made sure to continue to contact Miss Williams, and his contact is of a threatening nature. Therefore, the court, out of an abundance of caution, will issue an arrest warrant for Mr. Copeland. The court feels that Miss Williams' life and safety is in jeopardy, and Mr. Copeland can be brought before this court after he is arrested to answer these charges if he chooses to. The court, if he wishes to have a hearing at that time, the court will convene one. However, at this time, the court is going to revoke the bond issued by the magistrate court for the safety of Miss Williams and the minor children involved. The court is also going to issue an order for the immediate arrest and detainment of Mr. Copeland. Ms. Janvier, get me in order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This court is adjourned.